Hey everybody. So we're doing healing the lymphatic system. And we did a whole series that was a series of free classes about different aspects and different ways to work the lymphatic system. I think there was like nine.
It was.
Like nine, and they were all weekend or were they
Some were one day. They were all over the weekend. Some were just one day, but I think.
some were one day, some were 2 day.
Mhm.
Yeah. And so here we're kind of continuing that series of um, just hitting the things that improve a function of a system. We did it with the respiratory system, the digestive system, the cardiovascular system. We did a whole bunch of different systems to go through and just improve the function. And there we're not really trying to treat a particular symptom or a certain effect. We're just trying to make the whole system function better so that when we do treat symptoms, it becomes easier. And so we did nine different systems. And, I love treating the lymphatic system. I think it's one of the most undertreated things in the body. And so I couldn't walk away from not treating the lymphatic system. Like, it's kind of a big part of what we do. And so I know we had already done the nine, but this is just a way to improve the function across the board, just to hit certain functional markers. And if we look at what the lymphatic system does, we talk about how when the lymphatic system, which is tied to detoxifying the body and picking up like fluid that gets left behind. Part of the issue is if we're in fight, flight, and not in rest and repair, the lymphatic system really doesn't get the allocation in the body to like, hey, you do your thing, because we're in fight, flight. So the body is allocating energy and resources to do other things. So a lot of times when we have a stressed out life, um, lymphatic system, lymphatic function really goes down somewhat. And, it carries hormones, it does so many things, but like one of the things that it does is when it gets backed up, the sensory nerves start firing more rapidly. So it makes our body like achy and can be a precursor to things like chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, can be a precursor to brain fatigue, can be a precursor to other conditions, including increased body tension and degeneration of the internal organs. Right. So one of the things that the lymphatic system does is it's tied to fluid balance. And, as we go through and have blood circulate through our body, not all of it makes it back to the heart. And sometimes there starts to be excess fluid left behind. This would manifest as a kind of edema and, basically a little bit of puffiness or swelling in a particular area. A lot of times it happens mostly in the legs, but it can happen anywhere. It could happen even in the lungs. And so part of the function of the lymphatic system is to scoop up this extra fluid and, process it somehow. It also helps to filter out viruses, bacterias, um, just basically like toxins and cellular waste, metabolic waste, things that we're aware of, things that we're not aware of. The lymphatic system also helps to like initiate immune function, right? So it does go through and filter the viruses and bacterias, but also if there's something where we're exposed to something, we might be getting sick. The first line of defense is the immune system is filtering it and goes, "Hey, we got an issue. We got a red flag. We gotta step up our game." Right. And so, it holds and houses like certain immune cells, and um, we don't have to get too much into that, but it just helps with the immune response. Then it also helps with the absorption of like fats, fats that we take in our food. And so mm, certain certain vitamins like vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, and I want to say even K is influenced by the function of the lymphatic system. And then it transports white blood cells, which would be our uh, areas of infection or injury. White blood cells go to that area to help try to heal that particular area. So there's also just the removal of waste and toxins in the body, which I was kind of talking about in the beginning. So you can see like the lymphatic system does a lot. Like it is tied to um it's tied to even like connective tissue and fascia and our muscles and how we ache, or if our body gets a strain or a sprain. It has this balancing effect on pressure in the body as well. um you know be it that if there's too much fluid in a particular area, it compresses on a nerve, or there's too much pressure in the abdomen, it presses on particular organs. And the lymphatic system does a lot of things, and it's considered part of the immune system, and it's considered part of the cardiovascular system. I would say it's kind of a system unto itself, but you know, modern anatomy physiology sees it as parts of things. But the way I usually treat it is I take it as a system unto itself that has influence in these other areas. And so with that, we're going to be kind of going through and just hitting big markers for improving lymphatic function. This is a way to improve the function and tone up the system. It's not the end all, but it's just a good thing to look at. And remember, these healing classes are a little bit more of it's a treatment and a diagnostic tool all at the same time. You go through and you do this, and you're like, ugh, one of these areas really rocked my world, or this whole process really rocked my world. You probably need to go deeper into treating the lymphatic system. And like we said, we have a whole bunch of classes that we put out on this, so you could go deeper that way. But one of the things that we're taking from this whole series on healing the whatever it is, the digestive system, the respiratory system, the immune response, the cardiovascular system, is I think it's the next one is the digestive system, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
the what deep dive one we're doing?
we're doing a deeper dive. We went through and we did all the healing, so we are treating the things that improves the function, but we're revisiting that and spending a whole weekend just doing one system at a time. And we're doing a deeper dive of, yes, we'll talk about like hitting the parts of the function, but then we'll start talking about conditions and symptoms within that. And then there'll be a much more involved booklet with each one of those. So we can do a much deeper dive when it comes to conditions and symptoms related to that issue. Right. So the next one is the digestive system. And, I've already been writing that and, taking some of the old notes and refining it and giving more explanation to conditions and things like that. And so as we come back around and do the lymphatic system, same thing. I'll go into a greater depth. But for right now, this is improving the function of the system and also a little bit of a diagnostic tool. The other thing that I would say is that the lymphatic system also sometimes impacts our thinking. Like when we have fuzzy thinking, our mind's not super sharp, you know, you start going, that thing that was like with that thing, and you can't really draw the words for it. A lot of times that's lymphatic function. Not every time, but a lot of times. Okay, so the very first thing we're looking at is to restore fluid balance and hydration. And there's a couple things down there. There's a tincture in the kit for purchase with the nettle. You can take a dropper or two of that a day. I've been taking nettle like a maniac. I makes my body feel so much better. But you know, you want to be able to increase the water intake, but sometimes your body doesn't necessarily harness the water. You know, it just kind of passes through or starts to dump it into tissues. And so this is actually tied to going through and doing this. So cypress, lemon, and schizandra are all things that you could take internal. And I made a note above that below about taking oils above. You could choose any of those. For converting for hydration, Schizandra is probably the one that shines the most, but all three of these would work. Um, and yeah, the nettle, but let's go through and do this breathing process. So you have cypress, or you have lemon, or you have Schizandra.
And if you had the optional kit for purchase, you got lemon.
Yeah. So go ahead and pull out your oil. And then begin inhaling with your awareness on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your throat. And then you're going to your throat minor. So the bottom of your throat, that little notch in between the two collarbones, right at the bottom of your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. You're still on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move to the front solar plexus. How's that starting to make you feel? Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the back solar, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. And then the bottom of the tailbone, your basic chakra. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Now, from the bottom of the tailbone, you're going to go to the jaw minors, which is where it hinges in front of the ear, like right in this area. And then move your awareness to the back head. From the center between your eyebrows around to the back side, your back head. That's opposite this area. Feels good. And you're adjusting that. So your awareness is on the ajna, that area between the eyebrows. And then the forehead, where the hairline is. And then the crown, the top of your head. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. You're just being still. Notice how you feel. So, anything that is helpful to the lymphatic system, like here, all three of these oils, they're not like the top choices for starting to shift the body into rest and repair mode, but part of why they work for the lymphatic system is they do have an effect of shifting the nervous system a bit and shifting the body into rest and repair. That's how they're able to do what they do, you know. So the effect is not just on the lymphatic system, but it is shifting the body into rest and repair mode. And in doing so, you don't think of lemon as being a thing to like shift you into rest and repair mode, but that's part of its benefit. And, again, Shazandra, we use a lot of times for like increasing hydration in the body, especially in the mucous membranes and the skin and things like that. So like the nostrils, the lungs, the digestive tract. Um, uh, all of these impact the nervous system as well. Cypress, right in there with those other things, and in fact, when there's imbalances with fluid, like you're starting to sweat too excessively, or um, you know, uh, diarrhea or vomiting to a certain extent, even cypress will help to balance it out. So it's not just that it does a particular thing and stimulates something, it's always trying to find this kind of sort of balance. And you know, cypress is kind of funny. Um, this is just the way that I used to say it, but I used to call it diarrhea of the mouth. And like the reason I started saying this was like in the corporate setting, we'd have a meeting and, it wasn't my thing, but I was just there as a consultant. But, I'd hear the person leading the meeting go, okay, so this is secret until we lay out the plan and present it to, whoever. Let's not talk about it. Let's keep it quiet. Like, don't discuss it. Don't gossip about it. Nothing. And there was this one particular situation. The person would walk outside the door and just start openly talking about it every time, every time. And so the person came to me and she goes, "What is that person's problem?" And I was just like, "Diarrhea of the mouth." And so I started diffusing Cypress like really close to that person in the room, and it did calm it down. And so, those things where if you feel or you're treating somebody who like they just blurt out too much or, the cypress can be helpful, you know. So I don't know, it's a little weird tidbit that. So we're going to do another cycle of it and we're going to discuss it and then we'll probably do another cycle of it depending on how long Q&A goes. So again, your cypress, lemon, or schizandra. Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on the throat minor, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. And then the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. You're still on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar. That mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Still on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on that back solar plexus, that mid back area. The bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're moving to the jaws, the jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ear, like right here. Your awareness is on the jaws, the jaw minors. The back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on your ajna between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your forehead where the hairline is. And then the crown. The awareness is on the crown. And just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just being still. So let's think about how you feel, not just your body, but also your emotions and your thoughts. And let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions and you can unmute or type in, but we'll talk about it for a little bit and then we'll go back through and do another round. So go ahead and fire away.
Go ahead, Laura, start us off.
Hey, Laura.
Good morning. Um, how I feel is relaxed.
Yeah. Isn't it kind of amazing? Like it's like especially like the one that always gets me on this one is lemon. Like I don't know which one you use, but
I'm
like
using lemon.
what's that?
I'm using lemon.
Lemon, yeah, and it's like, you go through and you use it, and it has a lot of therapeutic qualities, but you don't really think of lemon as being like super relaxing and shifting the nervous system. But when you look at the chemical like breakdown of different oils, like, I get this thing from the distillers that, like after they distill it, they do this like breakdown. And, sometimes I send away for it. There's companies that like if I want to really check something with a new vendor or something, I'll send it off and get it tested. And they give you this like a readout of all the chemicals and the chemistry of it all. And anything that has that lemony smell, it's super, for one, it's uplifting, but it's also relaxing. So if you think of like Melissa and lemon verbena and eucalyptus citrodora, things that have that lemon scent. There's particular molecules that produce that effect, and they are relaxing. And lemon is like kind of a long-term way to shift the parasympathetic nervous system into a deeper state, of rest and repair. And short term, there's quicker ways to do it. But whenever I start to deal with like lemon and something, I makes me laugh because I'm like, I forget how amazing lemon is. Like I do the same thing with lavender. Like I just forget about, lavender is has so much therapeutic effect, but I I forget sometimes. And when I revisited this with lemon, I was like, lemon's amazing. How am I not taking lemon all the time? Because a lot of times I would just put it in my water and call it good. But spending time going through and inhaling it, it is very soothing, very relaxing.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just brought up one of my questions.
Mhm.
It's easy to put it in water. How much
Mhm.
is too much lemon in one
You
day?
would have to work pretty hard for it to be too much. Um, I mean, there was one point, I'm not telling anybody to do this, that I was probably doing 20 drops a day.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
Um,
it's very gentle, and there was a time I was treating God, what was I treating? I want to say it was hepatitis in a person, and I think I had him taking like 25 drops a day, like just throughout the day, just put it in water and drink it, and I was doing some other things, but I cured that condition in that person. Like they went back, the doctor was, it's gone. You know.
that's amazing. So would if you've got pure water and you make tea, would it do the same thing or would it interfere in any way?
No, that would fine. Yeah. I mean, that's
Okay.
the great thing about lemon is like you could throw it in your tea, you could throw it in water, you could just do a little quick shot. I like the water bottle thing because then you're just sipping on it all day and it makes the water taste good, and yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Okay, so on my knee where I get fluid that accumulates,
Hmm.
is there anything I put joint relief on when I remember?
Hmm.
Um, is there something in joint relief for the fluid, or is there something topical to put on an area?
Yeah, something in joint relief somewhat. Like probably the go-to thing with something like that when you got a compromised joint like that, and there is like that fluid accumulation. I would probably do German chamomile. And the reason being, the German chamomile, like here, like what we're talking about, like cleaning up the metabolic waste and bringing white blood cells to an area. German chamomile is very good for that, and it reduces inflammation. But part of what German chamomile does in a situation like that is it helps to disperse the fluid. Like, because a lot of times, like when you have a like here it's a knee, but a compromised area, it's like the fluid's getting stuck in that area. And so we want to
Right.
like disperse it into the other parts of the tissue so that the lymphatic system can pick it up. And this would help, this process, but I would say still put something on it topically. It's hard to
Like an
do.
ointment?
What's that?
Like an ointment?
Yeah, ointment, body tonic. Probably ointment is a better choice, but either one would work. Even blue healer would have that effect. But if you were just to choose one thing, I'd do German chamomile.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Um, one more, the Shazandra,
Mhm.
you said that was a really powerful one. Is that only inhalation?
No, you would take that internal. Like inhalation works well, but if you were really wanting to work Shazandra, I would say 2 or 3 drops right as you're going to bed. It will increase and improve like the quality of sleep, the length and the how deep you go. And the byproduct is that it helps the body transmute water and utilize water, and the effect of that would be that it moistens the mucous membranes, and if the mucous membranes are impacted with like thickened mucus, it helps to liquefy it and push it out. And so like a thing that we use it a lot for is when people have dry eyes, kind of a thing that is maybe autoimmune or allergy related. And so the use of Shazandra over a period of time actually helps to moisten the eyes, but it's also moistening like the nasal passages and the lining of the mouth and throat and down the esophagus and trachea and down into the lungs and even the digestive tract, urinary tract. And so we don't think of mucus getting too impacted in the digestive tract, but that's a thing. Like it will kind of harden and crust over on the inside lining of some of the areas so that we really don't absorb nutrients and it doesn't allow for proper movement through the digestive system. And so it's a way to help moisten all those, but break up that old kind of calcified mucus that's hardened in these particular areas.
Well, that's really fascinating because
Yeah.
I have dry eye and I am not responding well to the drops,
Yeah.
the prescription drops.
Sure. Sure.
So, how you're saying 2 to 3 drops at night?
2 to 3 drops a night. I mean,
Could it
you
be done
don't,
twice a day?
yeah, you could do it twice a day. And I was just going to say, you don't have to do it at night. Like if you do it during the day, it will still have an impact. I just like the idea of doing it at night because it's almost a little bit of a twofer. Like, yeah, you're moistening things, but at the same time, you're deepening your sleep. It still will deepen the sleep if you do it earlier in the day, just not as much. But like when you take it like right at bedtime or like an, half hour before bedtime, you usually sleep a lot deeper. And in Chinese medicine, my acupuncturist from many years ago, he used to give me this formula at night called Shazandra Dreams. And it's because like you would take it at night and it just made you sleep better and, it helps the body like repair and everything. But part of the thing was it just deepened your sleep.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, that hit a lot of areas I needed. Thank you.
Yeah. You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, hey, Barbara.
Hey there, can you hear me? My internet
Yes.
unstable yet again. Um, I've been taking Shazandra at night for a long time, and I don't know that I'm aware that it impacts my sleep, but I appreciate that reminder.
Oh, good.
I was yawning a lot with it. I used it for the first pass. And
Yeah.
the second one I switched to Cypress, which I know I have some funky reactions to Cypress, and I had this burning in my chest. So I bailed on that
Just with the cypress though, right?
just with the Cypress. So I
Yeah.
I bailed on that and went back to the Shazandra. And there's all this lively energy moving, feels like in my central channel all the way up to my crown.
hmm hmm
And is that because this impacts the nervous system? Is that part
Yeah.
of the work I was doing yesterday? Is it?
I would say that Shazandra does impact the nervous system, especially the autonomic part, so rest and repair. But it does like kind of shift the body. I mean, all three of these would, but each one of them has their areas that would do it more. And Shazandra does put the body into like a deeper rest and repair mode than the other two.
And
Yeah.
I will confirm that, yes, I was coughing early on and I realized it was because the Shazandra was starting to loosen some of the sinus mucus
Yeah.
that was draining
I,
me.
I I would agree.
Okay,
And
that's
stuff in the lungs, if there's like hardened mucus, there's still a couple other things like helichrysum by itself will help to loosen up like hardened mucus. Um, I find that the helichrysum probably does it best in the digestive tract. But the other one that you wouldn't think of that loosens up hardened mucus is mugwort. Mugwort will really help to keep breaking up the mucus, that that really calcified mucus that's been, there for a long time. And the sinuses, a lot of times I'll use thyme or black pepper. And I find that to be helpful. But if depending on where it's at, um, you can try any of those. I would say helichrysum would still work for the sinuses and the lungs, and mugwort would still work for the digestive tract and the sinuses. The black pepper and thyme, it just increases like capillary circulation. And so, it's just basically getting more blood to those areas, which in turn kind of makes everything move in those areas to a much greater degree. And the reason I just use that there in the sinuses is that the sinuses don't have great circulation to begin with. So like when people have a sinus infection and they take antibiotics, a lot of times they need to do 2 or 3 cycles because the antibiotics that they're ingesting doesn't necessarily get to the mucous membranes of the sinuses because of the poor circulation in the sinuses. And so even rosemary would do that to a certain extent, but um, I find that black pepper and thyme, and it could be any form of thyme, um, kind of is a little bit more like the Marines hitting the beach. They really kind of increase the circulation. They make things kind of move so that you can blow your nose and get it out, and it doesn't last forever, but it does make things move a bit. And so if I'm feeling too impacted in my sinuses, that's kind of my go-to thing, and it does work.
Thank you. I forget about the black pepper.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
You're so.
You go into the chat here. This practice has given me a feeling of well-being. Thank you.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. Good, good. Very good.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. I wanted to ask you just the difference between the black pepper and black cumin. Although we're going to get to work with black cumin today, I thought. I've had
Black cumin's a little bit more of a like anti-inflammatory,
okay.
and you would use it more for like anti-inflammatory processes, and black pepper is more of an antispasmodic and circulatory like stimulant. So yeah.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate
And someone also had a share that was lots of burps and hiccups in the first round. Got settled by the second. A good release. I used Shazandra.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Very good.
Someone's asking, could pink pepper work like black pepper?
Yeah, it should. Yeah, pink pepper, back during World War II, black pepper, there became a shortage, and so they started using pink pepper for black pepper. And they're close. They're not super interchangeable, but they're relatively interchangeable. And I would say pink pepper is a little softer, and black pepper is a little bit more activating to the basic chakra, where pink pepper is actually very activating to the heart, the emotional heart. And so still a circulatory stimulant. You might need to inhale it a little bit more, but it still will do a similar effect. White pepper is probably a little bit more like black pepper. Um, I use it in blends, but we really don't talk about white pepper very much. But yeah, so yeah, any of them would work. There used to be a green pepper that floated around, but I haven't seen that for like a decade. Yeah. So, okay. How about we'll do one more round and then we'll take a break and then we'll come back and we'll do two. So, you can continue using the oil that you're using, but if you want to switch it up, go ahead. And let's do one more cycle. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the throat. And then the throat minor, the little notch between the two collarbones. And then the back heart, the awareness between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, the front solar, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back solar plexus. The basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. And then the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. The back head, your awareness is on the back head. And then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the forehead where the hairline is. And then the crown. And then pause. Pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Which one were you doing? Yeah. So this would be something that's not just a one-time thing. Like, doing it helps, but if you really felt some significant shift here, it would be something you might want to do daily or at least like maybe 3 or 4 times a week. Doesn't mean forever, it just means for a little while, but it will help the body shift in ways that over a period of time will start to help balance out the fluid and help to moisten the mucous membranes and all those kinds of things. I definitely would suggest taking either one of them internally or or I should say using the nettle. For me, I've been using the nettle for a little while, and God, I forgot how much I love nettle. I used to take it a bunch like 20, 25 years ago. And man, I'm just digging it. Like it just makes my body feel better, reduces inflammation, and And so, mm,
I was gonna say the ones who got the optional kit for purchase, I think it came with
yeah,
it,
yeah,
right?
the
So if they
nettles,
wanted to do some
yeah,
visiting.
yeah, the kit for purchase did have the nettle in it. So go ahead and take that there. And um, so let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back straight up on the hour, and we'll jump into the next one, which is lymphatic circulation. So, Denise, you had a
Before we hop in, go ahead, Denise.
hey.
Oh, I just wanted to share that I've been really paying attention to my throat through this whole process, and I've used all three of the Cassandra, the cypress, and the lemon. The lemon was the last cycle
Mm-hmm.
through. And each time, energetically, it cleared further and further, and then my thyroid energy improved. And
Oh, good.
I mean, like a lot, not just a little,
Mm-hmm.
as each with each one. So it'd be good to kind of, as we go through this, to kind of check that because then I also asked if there was any cords occasionally, and that really shifted things too. If I kind of could
Oh, good.
clear that. So I just thought I would share it because it was
Sure.
such a big aha for me
Yeah.
to feel it in
A-
my body. Thank you.
And if you think about like the idea of lymphatic function is it does carry some of the hormones to its sites. You know, it's like the body's UPS or FedEx or whatever. And sometimes the glands are producing something, but they're just not reaching the sites. But there's also communication between the glands. And the idea of glands starting to work better, I mean, one of the things that you can do is to treat the lymphatic system just so that things reach where they're supposed to be and it improves communication between the glands. And so, you know, that it improved the energy of the thyroid when you went through and evaluated it. I can see that.
That and my sinuses have been really bothering me. So this is a wonderful class.
And your
Um,
sinuses feel a little better?
well, they're getting there with
Yeah,
each
yeah,
time
yeah.
we go through. Yeah,
Sinuses can be weird because the issue is that they're also a reflection of the body being in like too much of a sympathetic state, or because even allergies, or it's more in fight, flight, and action, and you're not getting over into rest and repair mode quite as much. And so I go back to the times when I was doing corporate work. I mean, there was just conditions that were just when people had like really like a lot of deadlines, or there was a lot of conflict, or it depended what their job title was. But sinus issues, high blood pressure, low back pain, and migraines, those were the
wow.
the four things. And it's usually just because the body being in a stress state, like it just kind of manifests in those different areas. And so I would say most Americans walk around with some level or degree of a sinus issue. And it's just because even if you think about it, it's not always just, oh, I'm stressed, I have this deadline. It's like we get overstimulated with social media. You maybe just have a lot of things to do, things going on in the world, things going on in the country. Like, you can start making a list and like, ugh, how am I not sitting in the corner chewing my fingernails every night? Like, I don't know. And
Well, we have your classes, thank God.
yeah.
Okay.
But the like plus like if you even look at it from a spiritual or mystical point of view, we are going through a change of an age, which just means it's the Wild West for a while. Any change of age, that's what kind of happens. And if you look at what's going on in the world, it's the Wild West a little bit right now. And so, you know, they talked about the Mayan calendar ending in 2012, which just usually meant the end of an age. It didn't mean the end of the world, end of an age. But we had a friend who was really into it. He's a academic, and he said with all the changes in the different calendars, and especially the calendar that we use now, it wasn't 2012, it was 2020 was really the end of the calendar, because of, the translation between the Mayan calendar and our current calendar. And, you know, kind of fits. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you think about what's going on, it is a change of an age. And, I think I was talking to somebody, I can't even remember who it was, but like about a week ago, and they were saying several different astrologers all acknowledge that we started changing in age, like, I don't know, about 6 months ago, a year ago. And, it's hard to tell with some of those things sometimes because it starts to be a thing that people say, and then people just quote that and say, oh, this is what's going on. You know what I mean? But if you look at it from a theosophical point of view, all the markers are there, all the flags are there for a change of an age. And so, you know, kind of doesn't matter what is going on in society, it was always going to be weird and chaotic because it's a change of an age. And so, the more that we can regulate ourselves and keep our faculties and keep our wits about us, we can actually develop and grow at a much more rapid rate than just doing what people in society are doing. It takes a little bit more effort, but it can accelerate our healing and our spiritual growth, and the diminishing of the negative tendencies within us. And so, yeah.
With this process we are doing today, it almost feels like it would help with even aging. Does that make sense? I
Yeah,
mean, yeah.
any time that you reduce inflammation and detoxify the body, I would say slows the aging process. Because really, if you look at the aging process, it is an inflammatory process. As we age, the level or degree of inflammation that we have in the body increases. And the more that we keep the body processing that inflammation and reducing the inflammation and reducing the effects of inflammation, the less that our body will age. We usually have an accelerated aging process that happens, everybody does, like right around the 40s and right around the late 50s or 60s, and it's just for a little short time, but there's a little burst of the body ages in a weird way, like really in an accelerated way. So even if you're in and around those times, if you work anti-inflammatories and things, it will reduce. But I've had friends that, I saw the year before, and then I see them the next time and their hair's white, and it wasn't white before. It wasn't even salt and pepper. And it's
Wow.
just like, they hit that aging process. Sometimes it's a lot of stress, or sometimes it's like the stress could be an injury. I had a friend that got into a car accident, and within about 6 months his hair went completely white. And that can happen. And I think I was telling a story where there was this lady that I don't know, she was probably in her 50s, and but she still had really dark hair, maybe a little bit of white in it and everything, and she was meditating in a park. And she was sitting under a tree. It was nice and peaceful, and she was really kind of deep into her meditation. And some young boys came over and pushed her over.
Oh no.
And it was such a shock to the body that within about 3 months, her hair went completely white. And then we started doing healing on her and reduce the stress and the trauma and all those things. And about 6 months later, like just as quickly as it came, it went back to like dark again. And she had a little bit more, she said she had a little bit more white in her hair than before, but it was probably appropriate for the normal cycle. but it just kind of shows how, trauma and inflammation and things like that can really impact the body in ways that, we don't really realize. We just feel the emotional, mental component, and you might feel like, oh, my body doesn't feel good. I feel a little crappy or something. But usually that's a reflection of things going on. And so sometimes we're aware of it, sometimes we're not even aware of it. We don't really know. And it's just like something's not working like it used to, or something's not, feeling like it used to, or, I don't quite recover like I used to. And, the more you reduce inflammation, usually energy levels, stay up and the body doesn't break down as much.
And I think for sure shock. It takes
Shock
shock has levels. Yeah, it's pretty
is like
big.
steroids for the inflammatory process. Like when you go into shock, your body is like, 911, and just starts treating it like it's a physical event, even if it wasn't. Yeah, I would completely agree with that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
so welcome. So, okay, so we'll take a break. We'll come back at 10 after, and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody that's come on back. So now we're going to address lymphatic circulation. And this is one of the difficulties that the lymphatic system has, is it doesn't really have the greatest system for moving the lymph through the body. So um, muscle contractions and the breath are a big component of it. Right? So in this, we're going to tackle the breath. So you have oils here, Sitka, myrtle or red myrtle, larch, anula, hyssop, helichrysum, green myrtle, German chamomile, frankincense, or Amivisnaga. So these all help to open up the bronchioles. So there's also the blend bronchioles, chakra root cleanser, pulmonary stress support.
And I think in the optional kit for purchase, it was myrtle, green myrtle, I think.
I think it was green myrtle. Yeah. Yeah. The other thing about green myrtle is, how like every year there's some cold or flu going around or whatever. This year, for whatever reason, there's a lot of pneumonia going around, and green myrtle is actually good for pneumonia. Usually it's a much deeper cough that happens, and the mucus and the struggling to breathe. It's not just up in the chest, it's like down low in the lungs. Okay, so you have your oil. There's lots of choices here. Let's go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Mm. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Yeah. And then do the throat minor, which is the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. And then the back throat. The middle of the back of your neck. And then the back heart, there's a typo. There's no T there. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. And then the front solar, the area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. That's feeling too, by the way. No, it's not that weird. Like if you think about it, it's making, I mean, it's deepening your breath. It's making the respiratory tract function better. So the oxygen is kicking out stuff with the sinus. Yeah. And then the back solar. Your back solar, the mid back area. And then pause and be still. Just being still. Just pause and be still. Okay, let's do that one more time. Notice how you feel. Like, how'd that make your body feel? Deepening the breath is always good. Opening up the bronchioles. So again, your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the throat minor, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your back throat. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. Front solar. The front solar, the area below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Your back solar. And just let go. So one of the ways that lymph becomes stagnant is we don't take deep enough breaths. Like our breath is real shallow, it becomes rapid, it doesn't move lymph within the body. So this particular process, this particular protocol is about opening up the bronchioles, relaxing the diaphragm, and being able to take a deeper breath. And just being able to take a deeper breath begins to move lymph within the body to a much higher degree. Now, also in contracting the muscles, contracting and relaxing the muscles. And so, you know, I go back to the thing that Laura was asking about her knee, like in the last process. And one of the things that can be done um, is that it's in one of the lymphatic classes. And I almost added it to this, but I was like, only have a day. Let's hit the things that are important. But this would be about treating something very specifically is you do that lymphatic technique where you use something like marjoram and then either like cypress or cedar. And basically the marjoram opens up the area and then the cypress and cedar kind of contracts it a little bit. It's an astringent, so it helps to tighten up the tissue. And so what you keep doing is you open it up and then you close it down, and then you open it up and then you close it down, and then you open it up and you close it down. And what that does is it manually pushes lymph in that area. So going back to what Laura was asking about with her knee, in the context of the first segment, it was what we was. It was what it was. It was what we were talking about, right? But here, when we're looking at the deep breath and the muscle contraction, another level of treatment for like again, I'm using Laura's knee as an example, is to manually pump the lymph or the excess fluid out of the area. So again, you'd apply like marjoram, you would wait a couple of minutes, and then you apply either cedar or cypress, and then you'd wait a couple of minutes, and then you would apply the marjoram again, and then you would apply the cedar or cypress again. So you kind of keep going back and forth, and that manually pumps the lymph out of that particular area. Now, another way of doing it is you could do hot cold therapies. I don't like to put heat on something that's swollen, but still sometimes if you're trying to manually move the lymph, it's the same idea. The heat opens it up, the cold contracts, right? So you're opening, closing, opening, closing, opening, closing. And in doing so, with that contraction in the muscle tissue, it actually will pump lymph out of that area. So if you have a particular area that's, having a little bit of a hard time, that alternating hot and cold is a way to do that as well. So the essential oil way I find is very effective. The marjoram with either the cypress or the cedar. But if you want to do hot cold, you could do that as well. If something's really inflamed, though, the heat usually isn't the best thing to do for it. But, you know, you have what you have. So you work with what you have in the moment. Then there's tinctures. Blue flag will cause spontaneous lymphatic circulation. So it will help move lymph in a particular area. Clover can do the same thing. Um, Golden seal is a lymphatic circulation stimulant. Burdock definitely helps detoxify the body and stimulate lymph. And colt's foot is really about relaxing the bronchioles. Lobelia would do that too. Like lobelia, I don't know why I didn't put lobelia here. But anyway, um, so all of these things will help to improve the lymphatic circulation, especially the mechanics of lymphatic circulation. But at times we need to do a deeper dive into a particular area. You can use some of the things that we just talked about here. So let's go ahead and unmute and share. Um,
You can raise your hand, you can type into the chat, either way. Yeah, go ahead, Tina. You'll have to unmute yourself.
hey, Tina.
There you go.
Hi, good morning, Greg. How are you?
I'm doing good.
So yeah, I just want to share that from my experience right now where I'm at, I'm here in Portland and the allergies have been really bad.
Oh, yeah.
And I have asthma, and even with the Advair singular albuterol, I've been struggling with
Mhm.
the wheezing and stuff. So just
Sure.
when I used hyssop for this round, and
Uh-huh.
actually after just doing a little bit of breathing with around the throat area,
Huh?
I noticed a shift in lowering of the wheezing already, and then just
Oh,
like
good.
opening of the sinuses, actually a little
Yeah.
bit of a release. Let's put it that way.
Very,
But
very good. And hyssop is a good choice there, especially with the asthma. The other thing that I would add to that is try like go to the health food store and get quercetin. And it's a crude form of vitamin C, but vitamin C passes through the body very quickly, but the quercetin, takes the body longer, but it will diminish the levels of histamine in the body taken over a little period of time. But usually you'll start to notice it within the first few dosages. And so I would say 2 or 3 tablets, like twice a day. You could even go to 3 times a day. And, a lot of times if we do that and I would use the tincture for cordyceps that we have here. A lot of times within 30 days, we can get people usually off of an inhaler.
oh wow,
Yeah.
that's
I
amazing.
mean, sometimes there's complicated factors and things, but hyssop would be a part of the inhalation component of it. But like where you're at, like, big trees and so many of them, pollen is definitely an issue there. And I would also say molds, in certain times of the year,
Oh
the
yeah.
trees get wet and it's the mold that really can cause a asthmatic response or an allergic response. And so
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah,
you're
that was.
so welcome. Yeah, I'm glad this brought you some relief there.
And then we have some shares as well. Oh, but let's go ahead. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, Greg. Thank you for this great class. Uh, I just wondered, so under the oil blends, we have pulmonary stress support. Um,
Mhm.
is the respiratory support the same thing?
No, they're different. And the respiratory stress support is really a little bit more for like when you get colds and flus. It doesn't necessarily quite do the same on the bronchioles. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm looking here, one that I left off is not a blend, but a single oil is Tolu balsam. Tolu would also make the list, but the regular respiratory support actually was something that I made for COVID back in 2005, I think. Um, so it's just to, like an acute constriction in the bronchioles, not necessarily a chronic constriction. And so, yeah.
So, okay, so you're saying the pulmonary stress support is more for chronic, is that what you were
Yeah.
saying? Okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also, uh, is that not the one for the ORIC program then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. So my question is, right, so that would affect the ORIC program. So I
Mhm.
was wondering if then above the oils above a little bit more affect a symptom. And so would this be sort of a double approach here with the with the ORIC program and then a symptom?
You could add the ORIC program to this if you wanted to. Um,
Oh, right, we
But
didn't.
still, we're
Oh,
looking at like function here,
okay.
and so we're trying to open up the bronchioles, basically, like relax the diaphragm, open up the bronchioles, and even relax the sternocleidomastoid, which are these rope muscles along your neck. Um, we're doing it in a very general way, but if you had like some very severe symptoms, I would still do, maybe the ORIC program, do this functional component, and then treat something specifically based on the symptom,
Yeah.
whatever symptom you're trying to target. But a lot of times, if you improve the function, the symptom will start to diminish. Not every time, but most times. And so, like the idea of opening up the bronchioles and loosening the diaphragm and doing all those things, a lot of times things will start to diminish even like that. Like Tina was saying, like her asthma started, the wheezing started to diminish. And really, it's if you look at asthma, it's constriction in the bronchioles. It's some of the things that we're targeting. And so, um, this might not completely relieve it, but it will definitely get the ball rolling, and then you can keep fine tuning it um, as it unwinds. And I always think of it as like you're reconditioning the body. You're not just trying to eradicate a symptom, but you're trying to make the body work better in a particular way. And so sometimes that takes a lot of coaxing of the body, like getting it to go in the right direction, and then pretty soon you're like, oh, I'm symptom free, or that condition has gone away.
Okay, so you would say what we're working on here is the improving the function. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
all the healing classes where it's like healing the digestive system, healing the respiratory system, healing the lymphatic system. It's just about improving the function. It's like we're going to do a deeper dive. Like next week, I think is the digestive one. Is it that one? Where we still look at the function, but then we start going into conditions and symptoms.
Okay, great.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking at. So
Yeah.
again, even though we didn't do the pattern for the ORIC program, we have the oil listed here. We could do that. And
Uh-huh.
then what
Sure.
we did here worked on function, and then we could do a little more on a symptom. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. That's
Yeah,
great.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Sonia.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, how you doing? Doing
I'm
well?
doing good. How about yourself?
Good, not so bad. Thanks. I gotta say here, just with this morning, I've had this like little when I cough, it kind of was like a pop kind of thing. Like there was something in there, right? Right, wanting to
Hmm.
come out. I mean, I didn't go like try to really cough hard to get it out, but I just, just this morning. It's been going on for about a week. I was trying some urchin tongue, other things, but it just came right out. Just
Oh,
this
good.
morning. Yeah, as a result of just doing these protocols. So it's just
Oh,
like
good, good.
good stuff.
Yeah,
Very good.
good.
Yeah, yeah. Always so good. Always so good, Greg.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Um, well, vitamin C also lower histamine.
It doesn't stay in the body long enough. It will do it a little bit, but usually it's quercetin that what you do. I mean, if you ate a lot of foods that were real rich in vitamin C, in theory, I think it should work. But usually when you're taking the quercetin, you're taking a pretty substantial dosage, and so I've never known C to really eradicate like something like asthma. Like, I mean, it can be helpful, but quercetin takes so much longer for the body to process. It lingers in the body much longer, and so that's usually why it's a little bit more effective.
So if you're taking 4,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day,
I mean, you can try spreading it out, but I would still say that the quercetin would be probably more effective.
Does it have to have that, what, boron or what is it?
Bromelain is
Bromelain?
what helps the quercetin be digested by the body. And so it does need to have the bromelain in it. Yeah.
And if you cannot take the bromelain,
It's harder for you to break down that quercetin. It's so crude that the body has a hard time breaking it down. And so the bromelain helps to break it down. Yeah. So if you can't take that, um, is it just not agree with you or?
uh, uh, well, the doctor said it aggravates something particular for me. Let's see,
Hmm.
what was it?
You can try then, vitamin C rich foods. Just try to eat a lot of foods that have a lot of vitamin C in it. And that
Instead of oral vitamin C powder or tablets.
instead of the quercetin. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, for the food, instead of the food, instead of the food that's high vitamin C, uh, powdered vitamin C or tablets are not workable.
It doesn't produce the effect. Yeah. I mean, still good for you. It's just it doesn't quite produce the effect that would lower the histamine levels or reduce asthma symptoms.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we had some shares in chat as well. Someone for the first round said calm and present using Sitka. And then the second one using green myrtle, feel it much deeper in the lungs.
Yeah. Green myrtle's nice.
And another, I feel more happy. I'm doing fasting, so I wake up with ache in my body, and now I have less ache in the body, almost gone.
Oh, good.
So good.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, when you're fasting like that, your body does go through a little bit of a detoxification process. And so to keep the lymph moving and everything, that's super good. Yeah.
Someone else said, I feel happy too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the happy protocol.
It's the
Get that
happy class,
circulation.
right? Okay. So let's still go through and do one more round before we take a break. And you can use a different oil if you want, but these choices. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then the throat minor, the bottom of the throat.
And then the back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the lungs, your awareness is on the lungs. The front solar plexus. Below your ribs on the upper abdomen. The back solar plexus, the mid-back area. And then notice how you feel. Check in with your body. And apparently this is the happy protocol. So, I mean, several people said that made them happy. So body tension as well. Okay, so we've done 2 protocols today. I mean, we're doing a longer, slower version of it than you'll probably do on your own, but it's good to just do a deep dive sometimes and know how it feels. But with that, we'll go ahead and we'll break for lunch because jumping into another protocol right now would take too long. So we'll do our lunch break and we'll come back and we'll do segment 3. So if something arises where you have a question or a share, write it down so we can do it right after we come back. But we'll come back at 1:45. So we'll take an hour and a half lunch and we'll see you in 1:45 Central Time. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And I'm sorry, I'm getting back in here. We are on we are in page 3 where we're reducing the toxic load. So this is increasing the potential for filtering waste pathogens, toxins from tissues. Basically, it's just basically detoxifying both internal and externally, which can even be the skin. Lots of choices: aloes, bay laurel, cedar, cypress, helichrysum, lemon, Scotch pine, St. John's wort, Sylvester pine, and then blends are lymphatic blend and chakra root cleanser. So chakra root cleanser, we use it for a lot of different things, but it is a lymphatic stimulant. And I would say chakra root cleanser is a deeper, like deep lymphatic stimulant. So when I say deep, like closer to the bones, where a lot of things we would use lymphatic blend, but when you're really getting in deeper, like a deeper layer of treatment, chakra root cleanser can be very helpful. And you see the tinctures here, still a lot of the same: burdock, blue flag, clover, but also aloes and echinacea. They can be very good for lymphatic movement and detoxing, cleaning up toxins, and then golden seal as well. Okay, so we have our blend or our single oil. The kit for purchase, it was,
Sylvester Pine.
I think it was Sylvester pine. Yeah. Okay, so you're inhaling, your awareness is on the ajna. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the ajna. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then your back throat. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The front solar plexus. Awareness is on the front solar plexus. Awareness is on the front solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. This is a good place to linger for a bit. Back solar. And then move to your navel. Your awareness is on the navel. And then the spleen, left hand side of your body below the ribs, the spleen area. And then the low back, the back side of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's this one feeling?
That's nice.
Yeah. Which other? And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Then just be still. Just be still. Notice how your body feels, your emotions, your thoughts. Okay, we're going to do another cycle. I feel like when I do this myself, I feel like I could do like a million cycles. Like it just keeps feeling better and better. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the ajna. Your awareness is on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths, the middle of the back of your neck. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Your front solar plexus. Move to your back solar plexus, the mid back area below the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. And then the low back, the back side of the navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. Think about how you feel, observe how you feel, your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. Let's go ahead and share experiences or ask questions. Unmute yourself, type in. Let's go ahead and process this.
Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Hey, hey.
Hi, that was very interesting. I guess I must have had a lot of toxic buildup because after we did the first round, well, during the first round, when
Mhm.
I was using Sylvester Pine, and we did an extended thing on the back heart, not the back heart, the back solar plexus.
Mhm.
You said, it's a good place to just hang out, and I kind of laughed. I was like, oh,
Yeah, yeah,
I think so.
yeah.
And then when we went to the navel on that round, I just like burst into tears. I just got so emotional, and I was just like, wow, there's a lot of stuff getting released, I guess, here. And the second round was much sort of gentler. Like there wasn't so much emotional
Right. That's
inks.
interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing with the lymphatic system is it does displace lower vibrational energies. But the other thing that I would say is when you make the lymphatic system work better, like your nervous system starts usually working better. And so, you know, who knows what that was about? Sometimes it is, maybe in the emotions and mind, but I would say if it's what I think it might be is, you know, it's kind of what we've been talking about over the last month or two, where, we have these neurological loops that are, just these repetitions that our body had to go through to get through some situation. And so, like an old trauma or something, our mind and our emotions have a story, but the body has a very different story. It
Mhm.
doesn't mean that it's less traumatic. It's just it doesn't have a story. It's just the things that it had to do to adjust to get through it. And so we get stuck in these loops. And sometimes when the nervous system is starting to function better, I would say the big thing that happens when you refine the lymphatic system is the sensory nerves start to quiet down more. Like it's like almost our body gets like hypersensitive. Like it just any sort of little thing, it's in a reaction mode, and then all of a sudden it's like it calms down. And my guess is you probably broke out of a loop.
Ooh.
Something that was just, it's like what people say when trauma is like stuck in the body. It's not the thought process, although sometimes people imply that. It's just the weird loop that just keeps us, like you could say, reliving it. But I would say I don't. I like when we've had some sort of traumatic event, and they're not always like the big things that you would think. They could be just little weird things, but in the body, they feel like they're just always happening. It's not like they kind of go away. We get distracted, we can turn away from them, but part of our body is just always re-experiencing that traumatic event. And, you could even have that experience sometimes by somebody else's traumatic event, or, you know, um, even like watching a really intense movie or something. Like your mind and your emotion goes, man, this movie's amazing. Your body thinks it's real. Like your body's like, there's a big giant monster trying to get us. Or, I'm laughing because I've had those experiences where my body thought what I was watching was real. It
Mm.
was so lifelike that, my mind was like, that's an amazing story. My body was like, that was crazy, you know, and
Well, it's interesting you say that because
yeah.
I try and pay attention to what the images are that are coming when those things are happening.
Mhm.
And quite honestly, the images that were sort of flashing through me had a lot to do with the news and all the things that are going on in
Yeah.
the
Oh
world,
yeah.
all the
Oh my
crazy
God. Yeah.
and all of
Yeah.
that. Those were like the things that were like, I was like, and the thoughts were like around that. And it wasn't like intentionally conjuring that up.
Yeah.
It's like that's just what was kind of floating through. And I was just, yeah.
Yeah.
So
The news is a big one these days. Like I would say we have a little rule around here. Like Samantha started smiling because if I watch some video or something about things in the news, I can only do it when she's not in the room because it's like she might not even know what the subject is, but you know, it's upsetting. And
yeah.
so it throws her body in like uh like a stress state. When you say you're just like a reactive state. And so, you know, when she's off, walks into the room, I will watch the news a little bit. And as soon as she comes in, I take it off, and I'll still read it, but I try not to overly do it, but I just want to stay in touch with what's going on just enough,
Right. And that's what I do too. It's like I want to
Yeah.
know what's happening. I don't need to get into all the analytics of all that, but I just
Right,
know what's
exactly.
happening. But
Yeah.
even just the knowing what's happening is
Yeah.
enough to
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
images.
I hear you.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you. It was a
Yeah.
wonderful process.
So you're right. It probably is something to do with that.
Hmm.
And just breaking out of the loop of that.
Yeah, which is
And
great. I
so,
mean, any loop
yeah,
that we can break is good by me.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Sonia.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I also did Sylvester Pine, and it was a very, kind of a bottle dropping kind of a
Oh yeah.
experience. It was really good. Um, my first question is, quite frequently you'll tell us that you kind of rotate different oils for the same process
Mhm.
because the oils do different things.
Yeah, they have different personalities or different flavors of what they're doing. And so, yeah.
Do you have will you give us a little information about a couple of them that you think could be rotated in an interesting way?
So Sylvester Pine, definitely. The blends, the lymphatic blend would be just kind of your normal lymphatic function, and the chakra root cleanser would be going deeper, like deeper to the bones. And so I tend to use the chakra root cleanser a little bit more when it's like a really chronic thing, like sometimes like on my back, or sometimes like a good example would be your knee. I would still probably use lymphatic blend, but every once in a while I would throw a little chakra root cleanser in there as well. Um, and then helichrysum is just a great one to do, just because it helps the circulation and it helps to detoxify, and it's a lymphatic stimulant. And then bay laurel, also super good, very toning to the lymphatic system, helps to decongest the lymph nodes. And here we're really focusing on detoxifying the tissues. And so any time that things really start being broken up in the soft tissue, I'm thinking Sylvester pine. Another one I could have put on here that I didn't was terebinth, which is a kind of pine. It's the wood of a particular kind of pine. And so cedar and cypress, both astringent. um, Cypress is used for like what they would call as accumulations. And so accumulations would be areas that are incredibly like toxic, like an area where the lymph is just like really bound up. A lot of times you see it on an injury site or an area that's a chronic health issue, or a lot of times in the gut, you know, in
And
that
and
gut
that's
area.
cypress, you said?
Cyprus, yeah, yeah, yeah. So in Cyprus will even, if you think about like inflammatory conditions, part of what's happening is the area isn't being detoxified enough. And so Cyprus can be good for that. So you would look at it as like things like varicose veins, like hemorrhoids, things like that. Just even ingesting a little bit of cypress. I think that it works better for hemorrhoids than the traditional over-the-counter things you get at the drugstore. And all that is an accumulation in a particular area of the body where the veins just can't detoxify. So there is an accumulation of blood and lymph in that area. And so cedar would do it too. I would say cedar, I think for me, if it's more down in the legs, I think cedar does better there. Like cedar will work anywhere, but it's especially good for the legs. And you could use other things too, but like if you're comparing cypress and cedar for the legs, I'd probably go cedar. But if I was other areas of the body, I'd probably go cypress. And so lemon is a very good overall. It's the thing that I'd say about lemon for this particular area. It's a long-term strategy, and it's probably a little bit more in the prevention realm than the treatment realm. Like there's quicker ways to go through and treat something, but lemon could still be a piece of that. But lemon, where it would really shine, is trying to prevent it long term, because lemon is something you could use, like we were talking about earlier, big dosages over a long period of time, no problem with lemon. I mean, the only problem with lemon is that if you like put it on your skin or something, or if you take like really big dosages, being in the sun might turn it a little bit of a color for a little bit, like it darkens a little bit. And so, it will undo, it will reverse, but it, will be dark for a little while. Yeah.
Okay, so all of these would be good for a salt bath tonight.
Yeah, all of them would be good. I mean, if you're leaning towards salt bath, Sylvester Pine's a good one. The two blends, helichrysum. I mean, I put helichrysum on just on the break, just like down in the feet and the legs, and it has an anaspasmodic effect, and it does like stimulate the lymph, and the areas that we feel it the worst is usually from that knee down area. It's hard to get the lymph to move down in the feet, so like I like to put it on my feet from time to time, and every time I do it, I'm like, oh God, this feels so good. Why don't I do this every day? And, I'll do it for a few days, and probably by Tuesday I'll forget, you know.
Sure.
And so, it's just one of those things. But yeah,
So my
all of them
last,
are pretty good. Yeah.
okay, my last question is, I have several friends that are in various stages of cancer treatment.
Mhm.
Could you use these things during treatment? Or
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, sure. I mean it depends on how involved they want to be, but I would say yes. The thing that I always like to do is to also treat the liver. Treating the liver helps with prevention prior to the cancer, like if they're predisposed, but during treatment and even post-treatment, it helps to undo the effects of chemo and whatever stresses their body goes through. And so oils that work really well for that are Greenland moss, goldenrod, and I don't know that we have this one on the site, but do we have guava leaf on the site? I don't think we do. Guava leaf, we can put that on the site. It's not horribly expensive. In fact, I think it's cheaper than the other two. It's just the thing that I would say in all of that is I think vagal tone plays a big role, and stimulating the immune response plays a big role. And those three oils that I mentioned, the Greenland moss, the goldenrod, and the guava leaf, they all stimulate vagal tone, but very specifically in the liver. And so it makes the liver repair and heal, and the liver is processing so much that a lot of times it stays in kind of an action mode and doesn't necessarily go through its own process of repairing. And by its nature, the liver repairs itself very well. I mean, it's one of the few organs in the body that really, really regenerates and repairs well. But still, if you start to lose vagal tone there, it starts to make it harder to respond to treatment, and you start to be more debilitated by the chemo and the radiation and things like that. And so that area I like to really hone in on. And then the back solar plexus being the internal organs and the liver as well is another area that I really like to hit pretty hard in cancer patients. I find that the more time that I spend on the back solar plexus area, which is also in the internal organs, a lot of our immunity is in the gut. And so by going through and kind of treating that component, um, it again helps the body be able to fight off the cancer. And even when they go through and they do surgery, they're always looking for, cells that have gone rogue and, are somewhere in the body, and the lymphatic system being the part that kind of filters those things out, like stimulating the immune response is always kind of key. And so bay laurel, helichrysum, um, lemon is used in some cancers. Sylvester pine, yarrow can be used, and there's one other in that mix. There's one I'm forgetting, but I'll have to look it up, I think. But then there's also shiso, and shiso is super helpful in the treatment of most cancers. Sometimes we need to be a little bit more specific, but there I usually have them put it on as a body tonic. Just rub it on the torso or something like that, and it can be quite helpful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. If you need me to like pencil it out, we can figure out people, even if it's just getting things from the health food store or something. There's always something that we can do or be supportive of their body as they go through the process. But, also they get really run down and they get overwhelmed really easy with all the treatment. And so I usually try to tailor it to the person based on how animated they're going to be in the treatment process. If they're not going to be super animated, I just give them like a really like bare bones, most potent thing that I can come up with versus, trying to throw, 3, 4, or 5 things at them.
I will send some information through Sam
Okay.
and then order from there.
Okay.
Thank you
Perfect.
so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Teresa.
Hey.
I remember what that doctor said about the thing that goes with quercetin.
The what?
The the element that goes with the quercetin.
Oh, the bromelain?
Yeah. He said my gut was so overheated. He said it can burn up the nutrients so that you don't absorb anything. And he said he didn't want me to take anything that would increase that heat. And he said bromelain would, and papaya, and spicy stuff, sweet sugars, and uh, refined grains, all that stuff.
Okay. Okay.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Molly.
Hey.
That was really interesting. There's I can't remember who else said it, but when I was at the back solar plexus, both different times, like old memories came up, and a cord that was old too out of the back solar plexus. Is that something that would be normal, like a cord coming out of the back solar plexus if it was old and memories and lymphatic?
I mean, the lymphatic system's always displacing lower vibrational energy. So, I mean, it could be the vein. I don't know that I would say it's normal or abnormal. I
Okay.
mean, like those kinds of things can activate in, different processes, but it wouldn't be the rule of thumb. But I wouldn't say like, oh, that's completely impossible. You know what I mean? It's just like it happens sometimes, and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was stuff I must have been holding on to for quite some time. I mean, I think it happened like, I don't know, 20 years ago. I thought it was one lot was 20 and another was 15. And I thought, oh, that's fascinating. It's going. So I'm just glad it's going. I just
Yeah,
didn't
yeah, no,
expect
totally.
that. And the Sylvester pine is just very, very, I don't know. My body's like, thank you so very much. It's
Yeah,
relaxed.
I love Sylvester Pine. I mean, I'm a big fan of just different pines. Like
Uh-huh.
I probably put on a different pine almost every day.
Okay.
Most times it's Sylvester, but I do my little thing where I'll do black pine or dwarf pine for a little bit, and we got the white pine because you were looking for it.
And white pine.
Yeah, and I was like, how did I not have this before? That was my jam there for a little bit. And I
Uh,
still put it on. Like I have a little area that, I have my little oils that I do daily, and,
uh-huh.
or at least draw upon daily. And white pine's in that mix as well.
Well,
And
there you go.
yeah, yeah. I,
Yeah.
I pine is so healing. And the thing that's also nice, especially with all the COVID over the years, and now we're out of the COVID realm. I mean, we still look for it, but it's not like it used to be. But still, colds and flus, I think we all got a little PTSD where we're like, yeah, cold and flu season, or being a little bit more careful. And this year it's pneumonia. Pneumonia is really going around. And I know a bunch of cases of pneumonia where, most years 1 or 2 cases, and this year it's probably 12 or 15 cases just in a short amount of time.
Huh. Interesting.
And the thing with the different pines is they're all like a respiratory tonic.
Hmm.
They're very fortifying to the respiratory system, and they're also preventative in a way for any sort of contagious condition that's respiratory oriented, especially lungs and bronchioles. Maybe not so much the sinuses, but the lungs and the chest. And you know, hey, any extra help we can get,
Exactly. Take it.
yeah.
I'll take it. Well, thank you very much. That was great.
You're so
And go ahead, Lolly.
hey,
Hey, so a few things. Thank you. That was quite amazing. I actually in the beginning of the class I was kind of in and out, so I did like I saw what you were doing, but I wasn't like I didn't do the long process, so I need to go back.
sure.
This one I was out. Like I don't even understand. Like I did chakra root cleanser and I
Mhm.
did Sylvester Pine, and it was felt so deep.
Yeah.
Um, I use Sylvester Pine on a regular basis. I use so many of the different oils for the lymphatic system.
Mhm.
What I'm wondering about, and if it has nothing to do with that, and it's not the time to ask then. What I've been dealing with the last, I guess, couple of days, started yesterday, is a sore throat, and it's not a cold. When I had
Yeah, sore
it's
throats a lot of times are impacted nodes in the throat area. And so, bay laurel, gargle, turmeric, even ginger. Ginger could be help. If it's like sometimes related to like the gums or teeth or something, geranium can be helpful. And so gargle or a few drops internally should be quite helpful. But it's
so
usually
I'm
like an accumulation in the lymph nodes. Even when we're sick, it's an accumulation in the lymph nodes that's causing the issue in the throat. And so it doesn't always have to be a virus or bacteria, but you can get sore throats for other reasons. Yeah.
So I'm already on everything. Bay laurel, ginger, what else? Even lymphatic blend. I'm doing like all the things. Golden
Mhm.
seal. What else? Pretty much, yeah, I'm doing so many things already. And here's the thing. Last time I was visiting here, I had a sore throat as well, which
Do
wasn't
you think
like a
there's
viral.
something in the air, or do you
I
think it's
don't know
just
if it's
this?
something I don't know, or it might be emotional. Yesterday, I like you mentioned like you watch a movie and something that's really traumatic. I was outside yesterday for a while. I don't think it could be that, but it was warm. But there was an incident that was really violent, and I was there with
Okay.
my dad, my brother-in-law. There was like a whole interaction going on with yelling, screaming, like something that was really, really intense. So I
Yeah,
don't know if that affected
that's
also,
what it is.
and
Yeah,
also I'm not expressing myself here as much as I would like. So I don't know if it's
yeah.
an emotional.
I would say it's the traumatic event. Yeah.
So
I
would
mean, as soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, that's probably what it is.
like that was like
You know,
seriously so intense. Like
yeah.
guys yell, really intense. But so would you treat it? So that's the thing. Am I treating it
I
the
treat that as
same?
trauma. Yeah, I treat that as trauma. Helichrysum, poplar, do something where you kind of break your body out of that. Even just tarragon, benzoin, rose, like the situation like that can cause a bit of shock, and the
Yeah.
shock will then start a wave that goes through the body, including the immune system. And so I maybe would even do tarragon or whatever it is
So
for a
I'm
little
already doing.
bit
Yeah, I'm
just
already
to
doing that.
keeping the body calm. But yeah.
Okay. So just straight like from all directions and
Hmm.
just keep doing that and releasing that.
Yeah.
Okay. I was even thinking like
Because
maybe there's
the
a
issue too is that situation's over, but you're still in the environment where something like that could erupt again.
yeah.
And so your body's not irrational in why it's on red alert. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
you go outside, like there's that potential. And so the body is aware of that. And so, just try calming it down the best that you can while you're there. Yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then still and I was asking that just because of the again, so it's throat chakra and the lymph nodes and everything in that area is kind of connecting together.
Mhm.
I was also thinking like maybe cords, so I
Yeah,
have that a
the
little bit.
other thing that I would say is that the sex chakra is tied to reacting to things in the environment. And in some situations, it might be more of a sex chakra issue than it is, and not about
Okay.
sex, just about like
Yeah,
reaction or tension or,
I forgot to clean that when I cleaned the
yeah,
throat
I would
because they're
clean the sex
connected.
chakra.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it's probably more about.
An
Like
instinctive
sometimes
response.
when Samantha's out and she gets a couple cords to the sex chakra, she doesn't really feel it in the sex chakra. She'll start to feel like a sore throat,
Mm-hmm.
and it's cords to the sex chakra. And I
Okay.
don't know that it's cords, but still, when you're in these things, those instinctive responses and how you're responding to things in the environment, that area can get it's not even like stressed, and it's not that it's directed at you, but it's like what we talked about in the psychic self-defense, like it's radiatory energy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not directed at you, but it's in the environment. And so it's a kind of psychic attack, but it's not like, oh, Lolly, I'm going to get her. It's more of just, it's in the air, it's in the environment,
Yeah.
and you're
And
just kind of soaking it in. Yeah.
yeah. And yesterday was the really beyond. And then to top that, as we came back, we had some sirens, which I wasn't even stressed about that because I was more stressed about the event.
Yeah.
But okay,
I bet.
no, no. So thank you so much. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah. You're
perfect.
still.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you gave her some great options. What would the method of application be?
For
Would
the
it be internal, inhalation?
mostly inhalation. Yeah, inhalation would be best. I mean, you could put tarragon on the body. I would put it on with like a body tonic or an ointment or something, but a lot of times you can just get by with inhaling it a bunch in those situations.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey.
I was unmuting. You know me and my quick questions. First of all, I'm so relaxed I can't even. I would wake up at the end of the thing going, oh wait. It's just wonderful. Tiny question. You've gone over all of the pines, but what about pine?
And pine is Sylvester pine.
Really? So that's the bottle that says
Oh,
pine.
for us. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Doesn't take much to
I
make me
have probably 5 different kinds of, or no, I probably have more than that. Probably 7 different kinds of Sylvester pine.
so the pine bottle is going to hit
Yeah.
everything. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then we had some questions and shares in chat as well. They said, first round, I used St. John's wort. The diaphragm felt less restricted. The spleen and liver felt cleaner. During the second round, I used CRC, which is chocolate root cleanser for those of you. I feel grounded, was alert, now sleepy,
Good.
and have a greater sense of life force and vitality.
Oh, good. Very good.
Someone's asking, what about feeling heat sensations in certain areas of the body? Is this normal with this protocol?
Not necessarily normal, but again, it's kind of like what we were saying before, not necessarily abnormal either. But if you're starting to feel heat, I would still probably work the pattern again a couple of times because there is probably a bit of a detox happening in some of those areas, or nerves are, shifting, and so I would work it again.
Would carrot seed be good also? Now, I think this actually came in, apologies, you might need to clarify for us, when you were talking to Laura and you were saying different oils that were good for the liver.
So carrot seed is good for the liver, but what I was saying was specifically for increasing vagal tone in the liver, and carrot seed actually doesn't do that quite. Carrot seed is very good and helps to detoxify the liver, but usually if you're trying to stimulate the vagal tone, you would blend carrot seed with something else, because like helichrysum is good for the liver. There's other things that are good for the liver, but they don't necessarily improve vagal tone. And so when we're treating cancer patients, I like to go specifically to increasing vagal tone on the liver because the body is going through such a stress state. And usually people who have developed, some sort of cancerous growth, there is some aspect of poor vagal tone in the liver. And so we try to keep stimulating that for that condition.
And that is, it was when you were talking about the
Yeah,
cancer treatments. So I think that clarifies that. So that's good. And then someone's asking, what oils did Greg say to use to support liver vagal tone? And is this internal?
Yeah, they would all be internal. Like the one that you could get away with not internal would be the guava leaf. But it's guava leaf, Greenland moss, and goldenrod.
I'm just letting him know. We'll get guava leaf up on the
Yeah,
site.
yeah. Guava leaf is very gentle too. It's a very strong anti-inflammatory, so it hits a lot of markers, and can be well tolerated, like in bigger dosages if need be. And so, you could use guava leaf a lot, like how we use black cumin. Different, but still anti-inflammatory in that way. Okay, so how about we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do segment 4. So we'll come back in 15 minutes at 20 after the hour. Hey, everybody. So we are on the top of page 4. And we're looking at single oils: bay laurel, black spruce, carrot seed, fennel, Greenland moss, helichrysum, juniper, lemon, lovage, parsley, geranium, and rosemary verbena. So here we're looking at the filters for the main lymph filters is the best way to say it. So choose which oil you want to use.
Lemon.
Lemon.
Oh, and fennel. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
fennel.
Yeah. Do fennel if you got the kit for purchase. I intended fennel for this for you guys. Okay, so you're gonna put your awareness on your kidneys and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the kidneys. You're still doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the sex chakra where the sex organs are. And then the low back, the back side of the navel. And then the lumbar spine, so that low spine. And then just pause and be still. Let's do another round. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're still on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is the sex chakra, right? Yeah. So move your awareness to the Mingmen, the low back area, the back side of the navel. And then your awareness is on the lumbar spine. Your lumbar spine, your low back area. Just pause and be still. Let's do that one again. Your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is still on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The low back, the backside of the navel. And then the lumbar spine, the low back area. Your awareness is on the lumbar spine. And then just pause and be still. How did that treat you? Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. We're going to share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. Let's process this a little bit, and then we'll do another round. I know.
Oh, go ahead, Denise.
You're funny. Hey, hey.
Hey, I had a question. The fennel, was it really good? What would help the lumbar spine? I need to strengthen that. So would it be the fennel
Say,
or
say that again.
I need to strengthen my lumbar spine area?
What do you mean by strengthen?
Like osteoporosis, osteopenia, that
Yeah,
area.
osteoporosis, the best thing to do that is weight-bearing exercise. Like taking vitamin D and calcium supplements and things like that can be helpful. Nettle would be a thing that could be helpful, but nothing works as well as it doesn't have to be strong, but like, sometimes you get those like little like 2 pound dumbbells or something.
Yes.
Just a little bit of weight bearing exercise really strengthens the bones. Like it's the
Okay.
best thing for you. Yeah.
Um, but I was thinking too, I keep picking up like keep the circulation up on it, see so through exercise, circulation
But you're
even
trying
the
to deal with the
energy.
osteoporosis, or is there another issue going on? Or
Well, it's just a feeling I have like living in my body. And it seems like it's sort of up in my life where I have to have more circulation around me. So
but in
that's
in your back or everywhere?
well, in this case, in my low lumbar area, I can just kind of feel it because I mow lawns. I'm pretty active, but I've gone from physical therapy and I'm seeing how I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I am building some strength, but I can easily get some of the dumbbells too. And I've been really experimenting with exercise with it. Um, but I have to be
I
really
guess I'm
careful.
not sure what we're talking about. Like, so what are we trying to address?
Um, well, I just was asking pretty much if the fennel, but you kind of answered it. You said nettle, and nettle would be good to consider using
For the osteoporosis or
in this protocol, and just I guess for the circulation in the lumbar area. That's all I was kind of going for.
well, those are two completely different things. I think that's why I'm getting confused. Like, what are you calling strengthening in the lumbar? Like, is
Um,
there like spasms? You have pain? Like, what's happening there?
yeah, I actually will get pain there at times. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not necessarily a strengthening issue. Like a lot of times, that's more of like a spasm or compression on the spinal nerves. I would use things that are like antispasmodic. Nettle could help,
Okay.
so that would definitely hit both. Nettle has a lot of calcium, a lot of magnesium in it, and so it does help like relax the muscle somewhat, and it's also anti-inflammatory. And so a lot of times when you have like pain in the low back, there's spasms, there's inflammation, there could be compression on the nerves, and sometimes there's stuff going on in the hips and even down like the sides of the leg or the inner thigh.
Yeah.
And so I would use, I mean, the breathing protocol would work kind of, but I would do things topically. Fennel's antispasmodic, coriander's antispasmodic, but like marjoram, basil, petitgrain, um, and in the petitgrains, I would say mandarin petitgrain is probably the most antispasmodic. Um, Peppers, black pepper, pink pepper, white pepper. Um, the thing that I would also do is rotate things that are anti-inflammatory. Um, you could do that like you mentioned black cumin earlier. Taking that internally can be helpful.
Okay.
The nettle can be very helpful for that as well.
Well,
And
that's
then I mean nettle is something that I used um, it was a component of what I used to use to treat herniated discs. And so, it's usually a combination of things. Um, but nettle was a big, big piece of it. And so you might find that taking nettle internally with just even a little bit of some of those other treatments could be quite helpful for the low back. Yeah.
And
The osteoporosis, definitely just the weight bearing exercise. I mean, I love to be able to say, oh, these things just really, reduce the osteoporosis, but nothing really compares to the just even low weight, but weight bearing exercise. But for the back itself, like it sounds like you're pretty active, I would still treat the inflammation and spasms in the area.
thank you. Would I take
Yeah.
the black cumin internal? I think I do, don't I?
The black cumin internal.
Internally?
Yes. Yeah.
And the nettle is in a tincture from you guys, right?
Tincture is internal. Yeah. Like a dropper full, probably like 2 or 3 times a day.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're
I
so
really
welcome.
appreciate it.
You're
Sorry it
so
was confusing.
That's okay. That's okay. My mind was somewhere like, yeah, it's just good to get clarity and start before I just start going, this would be amazing. And we're not even talking about the same thing, you know.
And then go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. So using this as for preventative, would you do this protocol once a week, once a
Yeah,
month?
once a week's probably good. The other thing to do here is, there's the tinctures. The tinctures can be helpful, so you could just be taking them from time to time. And even you remember how we were for some of the classes and processes, we were doing like the Lovage body tonic and things like that. You could just get away with doing that, you know,
So
just
you wouldn't
slapping it on
necessarily,
even once or twice a week. It doesn't even have to be daily.
so you wouldn't necessarily use the nettle tincture daily. You might use it a few times a week.
You could do both. If you're just doing some maintenance, I'd say a couple times a week is fine. Like if you're trying, like how we were just talking about with Denise, where she's got some low back issues and potentially some osteoporosis and things like that. Definitely, probably daily. Like for me, I went a long period of time without using nettle, and then I started making it. And I think originally I was like, oh, this would be good for, allergies, because it is one of the things that you use for allergies. And so when I started making the tincture again, I was like, oh, we'll use this for allergies. And then I started reading my notes for nettle, and I was like, how have I not been using this the last 20 years? Oh my God. And so I've been throwing it down like a maniac. And I gotta say, you know, um, my body feels better. It doesn't feel as achy. And I don't know that I thought I was achy until I started taking the nettle. And I was like, oh yeah, I was a little achy. I didn't realize. And
So do you take
even
it like once a day?
I take it once a day at least. There's times where if I'm more active, I take it 2 or 3 times a day. Because the other thing that I would notice, and it's kind of like what Denise was saying, is she's like super active, she's mowing lawns and she's doing this. And a lot of times, I'm either doing healing or bottling or things. I'm like just sitting in a chair doing stuff, getting up, getting down, and that's about the extent of it. But there'll be times where I'm rearranging something in my workspace or something. I'm bending down and I'm lifting things and I'm lifting them over my head, and those days that I'm more active than normal, especially with things that are weight bearing. If I have to hold things in front of me with weight and then lift it up over my head. Like I try to be very careful about it because I have a bunch of torn muscles in my back from my injury from my youth. um, I noticed that when I'm taking the nettle, that even though it doesn't get painful, but it gets stiff. A couple of years ago, it would have gotten very painful. And so now I'll be doing things and I'll get stiff, but I notice that I snap out of it a lot faster. Like sometimes I'll just go, like I've really overdone it with something, usually it's picked up something too heavy. And I'll go lay down for a moment, like maybe 5, 10 minutes, and it's gone. Where before it was like, oh, I got to be careful the rest of the day. After a good night's sleep, I'll be okay. And now I can just lay down for 5, 10 minutes and then get back up, and I'm like kind of fine again. And so the nettle is helping the body uh, recover much quicker. And I think part of it is the inflammatory process. Some of it is the calcium, magnesium, but also some of it is this right here, where it is having an impact on some of the lymphatic processes. And you know with things that I've going on, it's always for me about managing inflammation. And so if my body can handle the inflammation in these situations, I recover faster. And so um, if you feel that you're going through something where the inflammation's real high, or you're doing some physical exercise where you're going to pay the price, even if you started the day before, it would be better. But you just I went in the garage and started rearranging the garage. You take a little extra nettle, and it kind of undoes some of it. It really is kind of amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And someone is asking, what is the spine and disc tincture best used for?
For issues with the spine and discs, like I got really super creative in the name. Like I'm horrible at making up names. Uh, it's for when the discs are out of alignment. It just helps to take some of the pressure off the discs, and in some cases, in years past, been able to get discs to move back into place. And so that's something you would need to take consistently for a while. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I was just double checking. Yeah.
So let's do another round or two with this. It's short, so
Oh, sorry, I missed one. Oh, but looks like, thank you, Dorothy. Sorry, I just saw it. Go ahead, though.
hey,
Hey, sorry, Sam missed my question.
that's okay.
I was wondering, let's see, let me see if I can pull it back up. The product, yes, okay. So our protocol we are working on is to support liver and kidney function.
Right.
And so we
liver and kidney function specific to lymphatic function.
Okay, right, right. Okay, so in the protocol, the last step is the lumbar spine. I was wondering why that part of the spine, and like I would assume because the liver and the kidney are higher that it would affect
It's
the
just what produced, it's just what produced the results. If you notice, like it says liver and kidney function, but everything is really geared more down towards the kidneys than anything. And when I added things that were specific to the liver, like I originally, this is many years ago, I had a little section that was also about targeting the liver and things that were specifically for the liver. um, I don't think it really did anything extra. Like it seems like when you really focus on the kidneys and the Ming Men and that area, that it kind of hits it all. And so yeah, yeah. Like I don't like a lot of times when I do these, I start off with an intellectual idea maybe of what to do, but then I look at the function and the results that it produces, and then I just start whittling away the things that don't produce a result or aren't really necessary. And even when I went through and looked at this process, I was like, whoa, we don't even touch the liver. And, we could have, but it really would have just been a step for my intellect to go, well, we can check the liver off the list. Like it didn't really produce anything. And I just think the kidneys do so much more, and they're doing it in conjunction with the liver. That once the kidneys are doing okay, um, I have this story of it was many years ago, and this person that I really didn't know them. I worked on one of their family members, but they were going to they were going to get the surgery to replace the liver, like they were getting a liver transplant. And part of the issue was that the the body was retaining fluid and the liver functions, like they basically weren't even in good enough shape to have the liver transplant. And so, the family reached out to me and I was like, I can try, but um, I don't know what's going to happen. And so, I didn't use oils. I was doing just healing on the person. And I just focused on the kidneys. That's all I did. Was I just was like, okay, they're retaining fluid, their liver's not functioning well, and I worked the kidneys really intensely. Um, and overnight, they had been on medications for a while. They had been trying to stabilize this person for, I don't know, probably a week or 10 days. And it was getting to where they were just going to give up. And so they were going to give them another day or two. And in treating the kidneys, that person lost 35 pounds overnight of water weight. Like they peed out 35 pounds. And I was like, God, I don't know how long that would take. It seems like they would just be peeing all night. But and in doing so, the liver started functioning better, and the liver, like they got to a place where they still needed to have the transplant, but like all of a sudden now they were able to do the the liver transplant. And one of the things that they said is like the liver looks like it's starting to get better, and it was really because I treated the kidneys. And, I didn't want to say, let me treat the kidneys and maybe we can save the liver. I mean, the person needed the surgery. I mean, it was going to be a gamble if we kept treating it over a period of time. But, sometimes it's like playing pool, like you're going, okay, I'm going to bounce this off the one, the 9 ball off this. I'm going to push the 8 ball into the corner pocket. And it's not a straight shot. A lot of times the body's like that. Like you kind of manipulate an area and then it starts like a wave of events and produces a result. And so, intellectually, like kind of what you said is like I get like that was there. But like when the body is in a very stressed state or the lymph really isn't moving, part of what happens is the lumbar spine locks up. Like it super locks up. And if you
Oh, that's great.
yeah,
Okay.
even if you look at energetically the energy of the lumbar, it just kind of goes crazy, like when that stuff's going on. And so, like how they would with chiropractic, they might go up to the area where you're talking about and make adjustments for liver function. But here we're just trying to make things right in the body so that the kidneys and liver like function better. And it's not always the intellectual way of looking at it.
Okay. Thank you. That was a
Yeah,
wonderful story. Thank you
yeah,
for
yeah.
sharing
You're
that.
so welcome. Can you imagine peeing 35 pounds of water weight? Oh my God, that's crazy.
Seriously. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do this one more time, maybe two. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's so short, it's kind of nice to just do several cycles of it. The last one's pretty short too, so we'll do several cycles of that one as well. So your awareness is on the kidneys. If you want to change and use something different, you can, out of the list. But your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You have Greenland mouse there? Okay, see? You're still on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Ooh. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. In your Mingmen, the low back area, the backside of the navel. Backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lumbar spine, the low back area, the vertebrae. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Yeah. Pause and be still. Okay, we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll do the last little piece, which is the mucus barriers. So how about we'll come back at 10 till the hour and we'll jump in. So okay, everybody. So we are at the top of page 5. We're doing segment 5. And this is to reduce inflammation, but also deal with like the linings, the lining of the gut lining, the skin, the lungs, just anywhere where there's mucus. And so you have a lot of choices here: black cumin, candida. Candida, we don't really talk about very much. It's an anti-inflammatory. The scent isn't very strong, but it's still very effective. Any of the chamomiles, coriander, dark blue tansy, Eucalyptus citrodora, frankincense, galbanum, ginger, guava leaf, gurgeon, helichrysum, milfoil, St. John's wort, turmeric, wintergreen, yarrow, and yuzu. And in the kit for purchase, it was coriander. Coriander is especially good for when there's like muscle contractions with pain or a bit of inflammation with pain. So it can be helpful. Down below, you can see there's taking some of the oils internally. If it's not listed, don't do it. Tinctures are listed and also some body tonics. So whatever your oil of choice is, go ahead and grab it. And the area that we're really targeting here is the solar plexus, because if we hit the solar plexus pretty hard, it will begin reducing inflammation in the body. I mean, I would follow it up with a tincture or one of the essential oils that are listed for taking internally, but still the breathing pattern is still pretty potent. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar plexus. You're still on that front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to the back solar plexus. That mid back area below your shoulder blades. And then just pause and be still. And again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar. Mm. Which one? Oh, yeah. Mm. You're still on that front solar plexus below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar. And then pause. Let's do that again. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Feel nice. Move your awareness to the back solar. And then just pause and be still. Let's go ahead and share experiences. We're going to go through and do it again, but let's talk first. So share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. Let's process it, and then we'll do another round or two. How did that feel for you?
Oh my gosh.
Knocked you out.
That one knocked me out the most.
Yeah. Good old fashioned solar plexus work.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's just always amazing.
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, I do believe that some of my aches and pains, I'm not noticing them at the moment.
Isn't that so nice?
Yes, I don't know if that's a result of everything we've done today, but anyway, uh, our
Well, like, you know, it might be that one of the segments really kind of helped, but really the goal for this isn't necessarily to treat like the symptoms like we're talking about, but to make the overall lymphatic system function better. And in doing so, it starts to unwind the symptoms. So we're treating symptoms, but we're not, but we are, like if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
So, but the title of this section is Reduce Inflammation and Heal Mucosal Barriers.
Mhm.
So, okay, right. We are working on the lymph system. but I assume this is the inflammation part is not only in the mucosal linings, but also just other places where there's
Yeah,
inflammation.
yeah,
Okay.
you're right.
Okay. Just
It's all over, but a lot of times, some of the areas that are more susceptible and can be a little bit more of a problem in the body is the like the linings of the digestive tract and of the respiratory tract. But usually it's the digestive tract is the thing that we shoot for. I mean, it could show up anywhere, but when those areas are inflamed, one of the areas that is where the lymph is the most stagnant is the gut. The gut, it's just, we get colds and flus and lymph nodes down in the abdomen, like, get congested, and then, foods we eat or allergies or food sensitivities, the nerves aren't functioning like it should. All these all of these things contribute to impacted lymph nodes, poor lymphatic movement. The diaphragm gets tight, it constricts some of the lymphatic vessels, and so we're going to have toxicity in a few areas, one being in the throat and one being down in the digestive tract. Yeah.
so Greg, so many oils are floating around in my head here. I was wondering if on the list
Mhm.
are some of these a little better for general inflammation places in the
Oh,
body?
yeah.
And
Oh,
then others more for the mucosal barriers. That's one question. And also, I was going to
yeah.
say that in our kit, we also have yuzu.
Mhm.
And I think you mentioned
Yeah, it was
coriander,
it
but
was
we
another
have.
option.
So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was wondering if each of those are targeted a little something different, and could you talk about yuzu? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, like I would say, like if you look at like coriander, for example, it's another one that we really don't use a whole lot, but it is one that uh especially if there's spasms or inflammation where pain is there. I mean, it's not a magic bullet, but it's helpful, you know. And then you go to something like yuzu, definitely helps to reduce some inflammation, but yuzu also is something that really can help put the body into rest and repair mode. So they're both kind of targeting inflammation, but they do have some variations that are not necessarily identical. And so good ones that we use all the time are like the black cumin and galbanum. Black cumin is much more anti-inflammatory than galbanum, but galbanum still gets an honorable mention there. And they function very differently and they work really well together, but they are different in their nature. Galbanum can still target some of the things in the gut, but usually is used more for connective tissue, like, skeletal muscle and fascia and things like that, but still can be used for gut related issues. Black cumin is pretty, it's pretty hard to beat, but for me, I always like to not get locked into one thing. Because here we're talking about black cumin, but ginger also pretty hard to beat as far as reducing inflammation and doing things in the gut, and a bit different than black cumin. And the thing that I find interesting with ginger is, especially when the person or the digestive tract is a little bit stress plagued, or if the person, say you have somebody at work and they're dealing with emotional upsets all the time, and it might not be their upsets, it's just stuff in the environment, other people, their boss, their coworkers, situations might flare up. Ginger might actually be a little bit of a better choice than the black cumin. And so you know I like to rotate it around because there's the things that I know, but what about the things I don't know? And, I don't want to just keep doing the same thing over and over again. I want to keep improving it, because if we look at the idea of that we're trying to recondition the body, having different influences actually makes for a more potent outcome, more potent process to produce an outcome. And so, um, black cumin is one of those things that you could take it for the rest of your life and it would do you good. Same with ginger. Rest of your life, it would do you good. But there might be times where one of them might be much better than the other. And so, you know, the idea of rotating them a little bit, you also kind of get to know them a little bit. And then you go like, okay, this one makes me feel good. And I notice that I'm starting to have uh this feeling or this situation in my body, or I notice that when I'm under stress at work that the ginger works better for me versus the black cumin, because body types are a little bit different, emotional types are a little bit different. And so, there is the chemistry of the plant that produces a physical result, but there is still these nuances of function in the body and homeostatic emotion and kind of personality and makeup and where's the nervous system at. Two people might be standing next to each other, but their nervous systems are in very different places. And even as we get better, 6 months down the line, our nervous system might be in a different place than it was prior. And so I like the idea of rotating them around. Then you take something like Eucalyptus citrodora, not something you would really take internally, but I mean, it's a great topical anti-inflammatory. Like it's good, it's cheap, it produces good results, it smells nice. You could go crazy with it in a neat application. There's times where I take salt baths, and I'm not telling people to do this, but I put like 30 or 40 drops in my bath and just soak in it. And I get up and I was like, man, I feel amazing. Like it just, because it also has that lemony scent. So it's relaxing and it's also a bit uplifting while being very, very anti-inflammatory. And the thing with Eucalyptus citrodora is it also helps to remove deposits that are in the tissues, which is usually mostly the joints, especially the joints in it can happen in any of the joints, but it tends to be the hips, the knees, the ankles, the feet, the toes, stuff like that, maybe the thumbs. Just different kinds of acids and things will settle in the joints and cause things to break down a little bit. And so, you know, even though I might be taking ginger or black cumin, I still will go through and do a citrodora bath from time to time. And I was going through a little kick there where at the end of the day, I would just put several drops of eucalyptus citrodora on my feet. And oh man, it felt so good.
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Yeah.
So is black cumin the same as black seed
Yeah. Yeah.
for
Yeah.
you? Okay.
Yeah, like the black seed tincture is got black cumin in it as well. And black seed and black cumin, technically they are two different plants, but they're so close and their properties are so much the same that they're used interchangeably.
Oh, okay. And then you do, it's not listed here, but you do have a black seed complex, which my understanding is for inflammation. Is that
Yeah, it
correct?
still would be for inflammation, but that one I'd have to look it up, but I want to say it's got like turmeric and it's got other things in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, turmeric is on our list.
Hmm.
I was expecting you to say it would not be good for lymph, but
It would still work in there. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, it would still work.
Uh, okay. Well, I guess that's it. Thank you for all these
Yeah.
great choices.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hello. We missed two on the list I was curious about. St. John's wort and dark blue tansy. I think they were on the list.
Yeah. Dark blue tansy. And so what were you asking about those?
What would be the benefits? I used the coriander and the
Oh, okay.
yuzu.
I see. I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, yeah. So the thing that I like about dark blue tansy is, for one, it is super anti-inflammatory, but for two, it helps to reduce the triggering effect of the inflammatory process. So it's almost like, like sometimes you get sick and then you're over it, but your nose just won't turn off.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's
Mhm.
not that you're still sick, it's that like there's things that are still getting triggered in the body that has the virus is gone, the bacteria is gone, but it's like what I joke about cleaning up the crime scene. Like there's certain things that just haven't turned off yet, and you just kind of wait for them to exhaust or something. And that's like where something like dark blue tansy or something like even angelica can come in and reduce that inflammatory trigger so that it can calm down like quicker. And so
Okay.
there's different kinds of inflammation. It could be that it's something like that. There was an injury, there's something going on, there was an allergic response, and the body's just responding. And then there's just low grade, like say you have arthritis in a joint or hips bone on bone. And, that's not so much that the things are getting triggered, but that is just maintenance. You just got to keep reducing inflammation in that area. And so I like dark blue tansy for that. And let me check my note. The other thing that dark blue tansy, I was just looking at this the other day. Yeah. So the other thing that both dark blue tansy and galbanum do is that they improve the vagal tone of the diaphragm. And it's not that they necessarily relax the diaphragm; they just improve the vagal tone. And there's other things that are more relaxing to the diaphragm, but basically you're trying to balance out the nervous system as far as the diaphragm is concerned. Because if the diaphragm is throwing a fit, the whole body is throwing a fit. You know what I mean? Like if it's just fight flight and the super stimulated and super contracted, even when you use things to relax it, it'll relax and then it tightens up again. And the dark blue tansy and the galbanum, that's part of why I use galbanum a lot in so many like injury kinds of things, is that it just helps to keep certain parts of the body just in a chill mode, even though there might be pain or even though there might be an injury or something. And so galbanum is just, oh, it's so amazing. And um both the dark blue tansy and the galbanum do hit that. They do other things, but they're very regulating to the nerves of the diaphragm. And sometimes when I'm doing healing, I go in and I manually will do that to the diaphragm just to make the rest of the healing go well. And it depends on the person. But then the St. John's wort, it has anti-inflammatory properties, but I'd say the thing that makes St. John's work so well is that it cleans up the inflammatory material in the body. It's a really good sanitation department. Like it goes through and just picks up all the gunk and cleans up the blood and whatever it's hitting, it goes through and cleans things up quite well. And that sometimes will reduce inflammation just because you're getting out the materials of the body. Like for sleep, for example, there's this supplement called 5-HTP, and it's like a precursor to serotonin. Like it helps produce serotonin in the body. And so 5-HTP is this wonderful thing that can help you sleep. But if you have a decent level of inflammation in the body, sometimes it makes the cells carrying the inflammatory material just dump it into the bloodstream. And all of a sudden, you go into almost like a little bit of a healing crisis because all this inflammatory material then settles in the tissues and in the joints. And so
Nice.
the thing is like something like that is if you're using something like St. John's wort or like echinacea is another thing that's very good for this. It cleans up the blood so that there's no dumping because there's nothing there to dump. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like it's cleaned up the crime scene enough to where there's not a lot of that inflammatory material that's just resurfacing. And like you look at a condition like a bone on bone hip or a bone on bone knee, um, you know, common ways of thinking about it are like, okay, that hip is weakened or that knee is weakened, and so you got to exercise to keep it strong, you know, maybe before the surgery. But um, what happens is you start generating so much inflammatory material in that area starts hurting, but that inflammation starts spreading throughout the body, that inflammatory material, and it goes from being localized to systemic. So then all of a sudden you start to have aches and pains in all these other areas. The body starts degenerating at a much more rapid rate. And remember when we had one of our first employees when I first moved to Iowa. He was he got diagnosed with a bone on bone hip, and um, he he had the surgery, he had the date and everything. You know, he had been in pain for really not for a very long period of time, but he got diagnosed kind of quick, and so both his doctor and in his head was like, I need to keep this strong so that when the surgery happens, you know, the idea is that you'll bounce back or that you're keeping it strong and, you know, whatever. And so he started walking to work. I mean, he lived like 4 or 5 miles away. And I kept telling him, I was like, dude, don't do that. Like, I'll come pick you up. Like, he had a car, but I was like, if there's something wrong with your car, I'll come get you. He goes, no, I'm doing it to keep my hip strong. I go, you are going to get sick all the time. You're going to be miserable. Your hip is going to be killing you, and at some point, your whole body's just going to start hurting. And I don't know. He got a little sassy with me about it, and so I just was like, okay, I'll leave you alone. But within a couple of weeks, he couldn't work for us anymore because he was getting sick, and his body was so sore that um, he couldn't function, and he was generating so much inflammatory material in the body that it just settled everywhere. And like he was sickly up until he had the surgery, and um, you know, his body hurt really super bad, and it was just his body wasn't processing all the inflammation and the precursors to the inflammation. And so, you know, there's times and certain kinds of conditions where you might use something like St. John's wort or echinacea. You know, we always think of echinacea as being a thing for colds and flus, but it is a really great blood purifier. It is a really amazing blood purifier. And so, you know, you wouldn't think about it like using it for like a hip where it's bone on bone, but like echinacea, blue flag, those were like the old school treatments for bone on bone hip issues that, you know, back 100 years ago, there was no surgery. There was just you trying to maintain it as you like lived your life. And, you know, back then there was a lot more hip issues that were now because of riding horses, getting thrown from horses, you know, riding a wagon with wood wheels, there's no shock absorbers at all. So, I mean, everybody had hip issues. Like if you go back and you read the osteopathic books in the middle of the century, like anything that they would do, like if you had a cold or flu, they would look at your hip. If you had headaches, they would look at your hip. Like everything was about the hip because it generated so much inflammatory material. And most people had that issue that they were always looking at the hips right off the bat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then St. John's wort would be great for clearing out the inflammatory material.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a good blood purifier that I
Mm-hmm.
would say the caution would be if you're on medications, it will clear medications out of your system.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like, back in the late 80s, like mid to late 80s, because it's also antiviral.
Yep.
And so when HIV and AIDS were still not being treated very well, the people started reaching for like herbal things. And so St. John's wort was one of them. And then they developed the triple cocktail. And the triple cocktail was pretty effective. They're a lot more effective now, but it was still pretty effective. But they started to notice that certain people, like it wasn't working. And it was people who were using, first they narrowed it down to people who were using natural alternative health approaches. But then they narrowed it down even further and they go, it's not alternative health processes. It was people who were using St. John's wort. And they would take massive dosages of the St. John's wort because of the antiviral properties to it.
Mm-hmm.
What it was doing was they would take the triple cocktail, the St. John's wort would just flush the triple cocktail out of their system. And so they were taking medicine that never really had a chance to even be utilized by the body. And
Interesting.
so, if you're on a bunch of medications, you could use it sparingly, but it could be helpful. But if you're trying to get like, okay, I'm trying to flush anesthesia out of my body, or I got exposed to some chemical, or, I am on medications and I want to flush that out of my body and out of my liver and everything, man, St. John's wort your best friend.
What
They're
about vaccines? Could it flush those out?
somewhat, somewhat. Part of the issue with vaccines is um, that sometimes there's other material in there other than just the medication, to stabilize the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And then the vaccine a lot of times causes a response in the nervous system. And so it would flush out some of the effects of the vaccine I mean, you would have to work it pretty hard, but you could
Mm-hmm.
flush it out. But it still probably wouldn't impact the thing that it did to the nervous system, you know.
Okay.
But like, some of the old school vaccines had like mercury in them and stuff like that. And so, as stabilizers. And so I would say that sometimes you might need other things like coriander is a very good heavy metal detoxer.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much about other things, but for heavy metals, it's actually quite good for that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And I just want to clarify, because I think what you've said in the past was with the St. John's wort, just the inhalation, just doing with this, it's fine. It's when you take it internal.
Yes, it's when you start taking it internally and taking decent sized dosages of it is when it really will clean the medications out. Just inhaling it the way we're doing it, really won't do that,
Okay, I just want to
Yeah,
make sure.
yeah.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey.
For those tinctures,
Mhm.
how long do they last, or do they go bad after a while?
They're in alcohol, so they last, probably a decade.
Okay.
That's the thing, that's the great thing about tinctures is you can maintain potency for very long extended periods of time, probably better than any other. If it's a capsule, it starts to get old after a little while. If it's even in honey or ghee, it will start to go bad eventually. And I don't know what's the lifespan of vinegar.
Straight vinegar, you're fine, but like the raw apple cider vinegar, I'd probably say 10 years.
Yeah, so vinegar is another way where you could do it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing a tincture for Palo Santo. And then, we have an alcohol base, but the next version of it is we're also going to pull it out in vinegar. And so maybe even honey.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
we're looking at honey as a
And we had a share in chat as well. During the first 3 protocols we did, I got very relaxed and sleepy during each. But then when we did the 4th protocol, all of the sudden, that's not happening anymore. And I'm energized. So interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
Any take on that?
I'm not sure. It could just be your body went through a little healing process like a nap. Even though you're awake and doing things, like your body kind of went through a little napping process and you wake up and you're like, okay, put me in, coach. It could be something like that.
Also, I'm currently taking fungal support internally, echinacea and Solomon Sill tincture daily. Are the ginger or nettle okay to add
Yeah,
to these?
sure. Either one. Yeah. But it's a good little combo you got going there.
Amazing class.
Yeah.
Looking forward to next weekend.
I think Samantha was noticing, wasn't it fungal support you were taking and it helped your nose?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was, and that was very interesting to
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so we will be doing a deeper dive. Like the fungal support kind of reminds me of Candida. Not that that's what's wrong with her nose, but we do use the fungal support sometimes for Candida. And next weekend we're doing the deeper dive of the digestive system. And it's a free class, but we'll look at function, we'll look at conditions, we'll look at symptoms, and so we'll go deeper than we've done in the last round. So Candida would be in that mix.
And go ahead, Denise.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to ask,
Mm-hmm.
I think I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. What's in the urinary stress blend?
Oh, yeah. Oh, give me a
And
second.
but even next weekend we might be using that or considering that.
Yeah, originally we were going to do digestive and urinary tract together, but when I started writing out the class, um, we're going to be going through just the digestive system. Like it's too much, so we're going to do them separately. Um, yeah, I didn't want to just push through it. I want to be able to kind of go through it.
A deep dive.
Yeah, and so give me just a second here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm spending a bunch of time writing up the conditions and how to evaluate the conditions so that you can look it up and go, oh, this is what I have. So that is a lot of St. John's wort and then Mandarin Petitgrain and Palo Santo.
Oh, really? Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
And I have both Mandarin, you guys sent, and Petitgrain. Can I use those that way separately, or is this
No,
blend
that's
even
actually a
better?
different, those
It's
are,
a whole different
yeah.
blend.
So Mandarin is the fruit and Petitgrain is the leaf, and regular Petitgrain comes off the orange tree. And so Mandarin Petitgrain is the mandarin leaves. And so, yeah, they're even though all the names are kind of similar, they're They're slightly different things. Yeah. Mandarin petitgrain is kind of unique in the petitgrains. Um, yeah, so it would you can't really just mix the petitgrain and the mandarin to make it. Yeah.
It sounds like though it would be a good one for me to consider getting is the Mandarin.
Yeah, and it's nice and it's super antispasmodic and very toning to rest and repair. I mean, it's in a lot of blends. It's in a lot of blends. Um, and it's inexpensive. You know, I always like that in oils that are good workhorses is that they're not crazy priced and you can really go at them and use them a lot. And yeah,
The other ones I'm considering is ginger because it seems
ginger is always good. I
it is
mean,
good, excellent
yeah,
as a
God,
tincture, right?
your tincture, essential oil, it's just always good. Yeah.
Thank you
I
very much.
took ginger this morning before we started.
You did.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like super good and inflammatory. You know, it's one of those things that you know how some things are such great workhorses that you just get so used to them, you forget about them. And you know, ginger's another one where like I forget about it, and then I look at my notes and I'm like, how am I not taking ginger every day? Like I don't get why I'm doing that. And so you know, when I do something like that, I get the bottle out and I stick it right on the coffee table in front of me so that I remember. Yeah.
Thank, thank you. Well, there's some wonderful oils, but that's also how we get you to discover even other oils.
Yeah.
Keep bringing us all these wonderful
Right.
jewels. Thank you so much,
You're
Greg.
so
And thank
welcome.
you, Sam.
And then someone in chat is asking, are any of these oils not good for people on a blood thinner? And I think as you answer this, maybe clarify like if they're doing internal versus
Yeah,
inhalation.
topically or inhalation, I think it's fine. Internal, I would not have somebody do helichrysum and probably lemon, you know. I mean, lemon's such a mild blood thinner that even if you did lemon, it would probably be okay. But since they're already on a blood thinner, I would just avoid it. Yeah. Maybe yarrow. I might take yarrow off that list as well, or put it on that list.
Question, can one take burdock and black seed at the same time or close together?
Yeah, close together. Sure. Good combo.
They
Yeah.
said the burdock is very bitter.
Yeah.
Lots of good bitter herbs.
Yeah. 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 Burdock's another just super good cleanser. Yeah. I used to treat sinus issues in people with just using red clover and burdock together, and it would impact people's sinuses quite a bit. You know, it just would clean it up. It takes a little while, a few days or whatever, but it does clean things up pretty good.
And another share, wonderful. This was right after we did the last practice. Wonderful, feeling relaxed and spacious. Thanks.
Good.
Should I take a clay or bamboo charcoal when taking the burdock for toxins?
You can, but you don't need to. Like the burdock kind of does good at cleaning up and taking the garbage out. Yeah.
Is this class good with the other classes on the lymphatic system?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we could have done another like 5 or so, but it just seemed like people needed a break from the lymphatic classes. I mean, we did like 9 or 10 of them or something.
Well, even the way you're doing the systems, like it's like the functions, like all these systems classes, it really gives a nice experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the lymphatic deep like does deep dive all those lymphatic ones.
Yeah.
So Yeah.
And all of those were free too, so you
Mhm.
can go explore them and yeah.
Hey, it's Lolly again. Hey, just a quick question. Now we're talking about ginger. I've been taking, I mean, I tried the ginger. I do have the essential oil, but I'm actually
Mhm.
been doing the tonic, the ginger tonic for a while.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, which I love, like it's even easier for me to take that. I'm just wondering really in terms of the like how it works, because I mean you do have the essential oil in that, so does it do the same thing? Just like what would be, how would you compare them?
You're talking about the ginger tonic,
The
the
AG. Yeah,
right. So you
Apothecary
you
Geek
put
Ginger Tonic
the
is the
Yeah,
vinegar.
herbal
Samantha's, yeah.
extraction and essential oil.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
herbal extraction and essential oil. Like the herbal extraction is using vinegar as the medium
Mm-hmm.
instead of alcohol. And
Yeah.
so it would be a lot like the tincture, but then also adding the essential oils in as well. So you kind of get
Okay.
the best of both worlds.
Okay, cool. Because yeah, because I've been doing that for a while and I love it
Yeah,
and it's
super great
great.
way
So
to do it.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
And the last protocol, oh my God, each time I did a different oil, it was just, I think it was just what I needed.
Oh, good.
All of a sudden, like it really relaxed my body, and my
Yeah.
throat is still painful, but feels like even in that something moved a little
Sure.
bit.
Sure. Sure.
And it was so simple.
Yeah.
Solar plexus. So
Really, yeah, really simple. I know, huh?
yeah. And yeah, so thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, really
Good.
needed. Thanks.
Question, will burdock pull medications out of the body?
Hasn't been my experience. Um, not aware of that. So I would say no.
Do you know when you last taught mechanics of light? Sorry, with the that's a non-class question. I'll look that up
Mm.
because we're doing the 2.0. I'll look it up when we did the mechanics
It
of
was
light.
like a couple of years ago. Yeah.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, hey.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. Um, so this kind of knocked me out, this last one, but I feel like most of the time I'm always knocked out. But um, no, Greg, I was going to tell you that like I was having like a rough time because just stuff going on at work with the particular parent. But even though we're working more like the lymphatic system, I felt like this kind of helped me in general. I used dark blue tansy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I felt like I needed that, and I'm not
Yeah,
going into
that
that
could
more.
be one that you use for when things work get inflamed. You know what I mean? Like not necessarily your body, but the situations, because it does kind of, increase the vagal tone of the not the solar plexus, of the diaphragm, and then it's calming and soothing to the solar plexus, reduces inflammation. So good call on that. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, but anyhow, I'll be sending Sam a text because I'm like, Lord have mercy. We have one more meeting to go, but I hope this is the last one. So like I'm just so over it already.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the year to end and hopefully it's a better one next year.
Yeah, it's getting close, huh?
Yes, we'll be done on the 29th. So thank goodness.
Yeah. A couple more weeks.
Yep. Thanks so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, it's so important to keep the lymph moving and flushing. I am grateful for these classes.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
I think that's it.
Okay, you guys. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, and you guys have a good holiday. And remember, WeSock is on Monday. We're going to send out a link that, it's actually We're doing it through Astara, but we'll send out an Astara link out to all the Plant Prana people. And, again, it's the strongest full moon of the year, and we're going to be meditating right at the peak of the full moon, which when that alignment happens, a lot of energy comes in. And so.
Yeah, go ahead, Letty.
Hey.
Greg, sorry, speaking of the WESOC, what time is it going to be Central Time? It's going to be like in the morning, right? You said
11:15 to 12:15, I think, is when we're doing the actual like thing with Astara. And I think the peak is Central Time 11:52.
Yeah, something like that, 11:55 or 6 but
okay.
It's so in California they'll be doing it from 9:15 to 10:15. So it's the same everywhere. You just have to adjust the times.
Okay. Is that going to be recorded by any chance? Like even if we
Yeah, it'll be recorded. Yeah. Sure.
I know you won't get the same exact if you watch it later, but will it still have some?
Yeah, it'll still have some juice.
Okay.
Yeah, like we were just talking about, we're doing it in our I don't know, what do we call that? Our temple room or our
You could call it temple, shrine.
Shrine room. Yeah. And I'll be busting out all the relics and everything. I mean, they're not all going to be on camera, but it will be juiced up just even with what we're doing. But then it's the full moon, which is just crazy strong.
And then what oils are you going to be taking internally right before that?
We won't be doing oils like with the group, but if
your personal choice, just wondering what
my personal choice, probably like aloes and tuberose, things like that.
Okay, because I remember seeing you at one of them, and you were just like whole different ones. So I was like, oh my God.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Greg.
You can go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Can you use that recording or that method for other full moons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because the one after is still another strong full moon. Yeah.
All right. I think that might finish her up for the week or weekend.